Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7th of January, 26. This is my virtual trading journal. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and I don't intend to. However, this is my live trading journal, so I trade live ES or MES primarily at this point here in Bookmap with my live AMP funded account in real time based on my trading methodology. So I don't know how to address that, but just remember that it is my virtual trading journal. So what I capture on my screens is the video, and then the way to get my thinking at the moment into the recording and the stream is this voiceover. So it's not for financial or trade advice, and be aware that there's a delay on YouTube, but I trade live, real time, and everything is completely transparent and fully accountable. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here, so read that. And throughout the day, I keep a pretty accurate chapter markers, and they are in the description at the end of the stream. Because of the subscriber count, YouTube doesn't automatically apply the chapters to the stream. So, but you can just click to the go to the chapter markers in the description and see exactly where everything is that happened. All right, so let's. I'm not monetized in any way, by the way. So likes and subs is great. Chat stuff is, participate in the chat is super. I stream in 1440p, so if it's not high def on your end, look at the gear icon there, the gear on YouTube, and set that correctly. Let's get started with the numbers today. And they are, we're finally getting back to normal, kind of. It's hard to call the situation normal now, but I guess that's close as we're going to get for a while, maybe. I don't know. We've had the non-farm employment change was out at 7:15 this morning, and we have factory orders, jolts, all coming out at 9 this morning. So be aware of that. These are all market-moving events, ISM, PMI, jolts, the services, and then we've got crude oil inventory at 9:30, of course, but. And that could be, well, if you're trading crude, it's a market mover. But anyway, so this is my go-to and oldest used news source. It's investing.com. You can filter it any way you want for any time zone, any kind of reports that you are interested in, and it's free. Obviously, you can pay them for it, and they'd be pretty happy about that, I'm sure. But I try to keep things here accessible to anybody that might be listening. You can filter this many different ways. This week, here's what everything that's going to happen through the balance of the week. I'd point out to you we're having non-farm payrolls again on finally back to normal schedule on 7:30 on Friday, first Friday of every month. That's a good thing to have happen. And the second resource that I use more currently now is Financial Juice, also free. Also, you can filterable for whatever time zone reports you want to hear. And on the right side here, or left side, I'm sorry, is a kind of a calendar feature or a docket as investing.com. I don't prefer it as much for screen snapping and posting in YouTube or Discord. And the right side is more of a chat or a squawk box idea. So we're going to blockade any use of Venezuelan oil to anywhere in the world except we're going to take it all in the U.S. That's interesting, isn't it? I don't know how that works exactly, but a lot of real strange dynamics going on in geopolitically at the moment. And I want to point out here, one of the reason actually that I use Financial Juice right here. You see these blue dots and press secretary, Trump signs executive orders, whatever. These are non-finance or economic report related items, but can very definitely be market movers or interrupt the auction. And Financial Juice puts those in throughout the day as they become available. Investing.com does not. They report the economic calendar as it has been understood and known for 25 years. So that's the difference there. Let's get on with the pre-market here. And here we are. This is investing.com. Jesus, Investor RT. Man, I got to go back to bed, I guess. Investor RT. Let me point out that on all of my Investor RT charts, in any of the tabs, you can see the instrument, the type of chart, periodicity, etc., and the session. This is a micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES. This is my high time frame chart. I call it the micro composite, just to keep aligned with other people. And this is the traditional market profile chart, which I only plot for the ES. I don't change this to micros. It's pretty much the same, and that's the way I leave it. This is my high time frame chart, as I said, which is RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates the micro composite VPOC right here, and high and low volume nodes based on these this volume profile. You see these red and green lines. Now these values here for the red and green lines and their color are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. The other values from the micro composite I enter manually. Let's have a look at Bookmap. Well, here we go. Now, this is the DOME, the price ladder, the order book, whatever name you want to call it. It is the session prices, or all of the prices, and resting liquidity at each of them. Could these be spoofs? Yeah, of course they could. If I put an order here for 5 or 2 or 1 contract, might I change my mind and decide I don't want to do that? Yeah, I can. So that's why this whole spoof thing is just a joke. It's like a pacifier for the public, I guess. This is the micro composite column, that high time frame where I enter these values manually. And this is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. Here we have the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile, which will be reset this morning at 8:30. And this is a pretty important column for me. It's my statistics column based on the open type, statistical open type of the RTH session. These are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these freely and free if you're interested, if they would help. Drop a like, subscribe, and something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with this. It's a CSV file that comes out of Google. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through 1600 on Friday. Here we have the price or the heat map or chart, whatever you want to call it. And I want to point out that there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. And I only use basic, simple price levels, price data, period, for my trading. You'll see a POC for the full session, kind of a muted yellow, a POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. POC is nothing more complicated than the marker or the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. That's nothing else. Initial balance high and low, sometimes confusing because of the naming. It is from the market profile world. But all these two levels represent, and the low is way down here below us somewhere, down here underneath the previous low, right there. These just mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more, nothing less. There's a VWAP for both the RTH and the Globex, and there's a mid for the RTH session. The rest of these levels are straightforward and, as their name suggests. Now let's look at let's establish the statistic open type that I expect for the day. And we'll redo the statistics here, which you can see from yesterday. Okay, how do you do that? Well, first of all, it's very simple, and there's only two criteria. Here's the open. Here is price at this moment. Let's make this easier to see. Here's price at this moment. Here's the previous RTH close from yesterday. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare with or relate to the previous close? It's lower than the close. How would that price relate to the RTH high or the RTH low? Well, it's within range. It's between them. So if we opened right here, right now, we would open lower in range. And I change the title of this column every day because I want to be able to see a screen snap or the stream and instantly have a lot of data at my disposal. That tells me a lot. Should you as well, I believe. And then the next thing we're going to do is clear the notes because we want to put in the statistics for today based on the open type. These are not open type like neutral day, neutral normal, all those kind of things. There's 4 open types, and I'll show you what that is right over here. That data comes from IRT, the session statistics. There are 4 types: open higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, gap low, gap high. Yesterday, we opened higher in range. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, blue, and also changes the text color for any levels that have been revisited in that period. In the current as the RTH session progresses. We've determined today that we're going to likely open lower in range, and that's remains questionable at this point because it's been flying up and down. So the way the statistic works is really simple, like everything I do. The study looks back at the most recent 1,651 trading days. Of these days, we opened lower in range, 484 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.6% of the time. Overnight mid 82.6. Boop. And that's all there is to it. Now I will just go down the list. There's the overnight volume point of control, 80.8. That's right up there. Excuse me. The previous close is 74.2. The IB high is 69.8. How convenient for them to do that. Thank you. And notice the initials, because remember the definition. This marks the high and low of the RTH session. So the moment that we open the new RTH session, this level is going to jump to the top of that volume profile or that price group. I want to know what 69.8 meant or what that represented. It represents the IB high from yesterday's RTH session. Previous value area low is 67.1. And I don't see that previous value area low here anywhere. Let's see if it's not down here somewhere. There it is. Now, I'm not going to get all carried away with these values because I think it's an extremely high possibility that we're going to trade up and open higher in range rather than lower. You see, they just have to get up here another 2 points and bingo, or 1.5 points, and we're going to be higher in range. And I don't want to go back through and change all of these values. I will, but it's irritating. I don't want to put a bunch of them in there already. Now, let me point out something about value area low and high and developing value area low and high. Developing relates to the current auction, and the value area high and low relate to the previous auction. Overnight low, 66.5. That probably won't change much. Overnight highs, 51.7. And that's right under the value area high, if I'm not mistaken here. So I'm going to call that square on the statistics until we get a call on where we're going to really open. Notice that we've just got it. Here's the close, right? So we just have to get up a point or so, and it's going to be higher in range rather than lower. And then I need to go back through and change the statistics. And I changed them because I want I want any screen snap and or the recording of the stream to be accurate, because these are permanent records, right? To ensure accountability and transparency. Okay. Now, that's where we are there. And I'll be right back in a minute. Okie dokie. I'm going to do a thing I do every day at 8:20 here. Or, yeah, 8:20. Is the, whoopsie doopsie, hello. The TLab snap. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is done by a guy named Tom B, who is a experienced trader with like 46 years of experience. He doesn't call trades or trade live. I believe that he is an experienced trader, and I believe he says what he's, that he's telling the truth. Now, okay, there we go. So I used to be quite active in there, and since I've been doing the stream, which is my version of narration, something that he basically suggested, I don't get there very often anymore, but I make 2 snaps in there a day, which, I do the news early in the morning, and then I do this snap at 8:20 every day to give those folks in there that don't have similar kind of report charting all the levels they might want to have or values they might need. And I don't recommend any other website or Discord. It's a Discord site, by the way. I don't recommend any others because I haven't been to them all. And the one thing about the TLab that's refreshing to me is that you're not solicited for anything. It's sponsored by Bookmap, obviously, but you're not solicited for anything. So there you go. And there's a pretty good crew of people around. It's more like more adult, not exactly romper room and bells and whistles and stuff. So check it out if you have time. It's the only other site that I would recommend, actually, visiting. Let me see now where I am. Okay, I think something that might be pretty important is to be able to trade here on Bookmap. And the only way to do that is with need to activate the trade control panel. Right here, activate the trade control panel and select a method you will use to interact and trade with the Bookmap application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart column. If you choose dome, guess where? The dome columns, and both is both. I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology and my trading brackets are implemented. I find it really convenient. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. Package size, 2-lot. Then you need to determine a stop size for the entire package, and you should have done that long before, long before 7 minutes ahead of the open. And what do you use to do that? Well, the first criteria, in my opinion, is your account risk parameters. If you have a $1,000 account, you better not be trading a 4-lot with the NQ. You know what I'm saying? So this needs to be planned out and thought about well ahead of the open and well ahead of the live trading session. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility, etc.? So once these 2 values are established, your first risk-neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then there's the runner, and you can have, set these up any which way you want to go, however you want to do it. You create these by clicking that plus button right there. So that's where we are now. Boom. So that's been applied. Now, notice that I have all these trade metrics up here, same as right here. And I have my package selected. So I don't really need any of the other tools available in the trade control panel. I can confirm these and then click this button again. Stays green, stays unlocked. We can still trade, but I get the real estate back here on the screen, and I get cancel all and close all buttons, which is pretty handy. So now when the market opens, we're ready to trade. I don't think I mentioned Blue Boy here. Simply a vertical line indicator, boop, just a vertical line, and I put that on the first print of each session. That's a visual clue for me that when I glance left, I can tell that I have the whole session in view. This is yesterday's RTH. Here's last night's ETH. Goes back forever. So if I look over here and I see that, I know that I have the entire overnight trade in view so far. Blue Boy, valuable team member. All right, what do I think is going to happen in the pre-market? Well, this euphoria continues, I guess. Look at where we are yesterday. The overnight is right up here at the top. We're going to open right on the highs of yesterday's RTH session. Had a little bit of profit taking overnight, not anything that typically when we close right up here on a high like that and the auction isn't finished, my usual theory is we're going to continue that auction. We didn't. We did this. Now we're back at the high. What do I expect will happen now? In a normal world, I would be expecting profit taking, responsive selling to take profit, right? They've been long all day yesterday, basically long all night. They were short all night, and now they're back just above long. So it's a crapshoot. You know, inventory could be considered short, and that meaning that they would have responsive buying to take profit, but it looks like they pretty much balance their inventory right here. I'm not sure why. Maybe in view of the numbers that are coming out, jolts, etc. But remember, we've got a huge amount of geopolitical risk going on and a lot of other stuff that doesn't seem to be having effects on the market as I would expect them to. So that's, basically I defer to trade what you see, not what you think. That's always the best policy. And we're going to open here in a couple of minutes. I think that's pretty much got us up to date here, up to speed, up to whatever. So mind your risk. Remember that your main objective, your prime directive as a trader, is to protect your account. Doesn't do you any good to do anything, have the most fantastic setup in the world if you blow your account up and you can't trade tomorrow, right? So mind your risk. And this is a goofy environment, boy, for sure. So we're going to open here in about 45 seconds or so, and let's see if this stupid thing resets on time. It has not been, so I'll bitch and moan about it a bit, and then I'll do it manually. And again, welcome. Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. 15 seconds. And there we go. We just opened higher in range. Isn't that annoying? Remember what I said? And that's exactly what we did. Higher in range. So I'm going to change this to higher in range. And then I'll go back and change the values at some point. They do that frequently. I think they're just to irritate me personally. Now, pretty quick, IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type. I'm not going to worry about any of that at the moment, but we are going to change the open type or the sessions to the RTH or the full session. Now, this is yesterday's RTH, and here's today. Isn't that cute? Yeah. Let's get over here. These are the minis, by the way. I think I might have forgotten that in the pre-market. I track this and configure this exact same setup or layout for the minis as I do the micros because I trade both. I go back and forth. I'll talk about that later. And there we go. Savvy. Okay. Minis, micros. There we are. Okay. Well, and there we are. So here you see IRT has highlighted that we did in fact open higher in range again, and we have so far taken out the POC, the previous close, the value area high, the overnight POC, and there you are. As these other values or levels are reached or achieved by a price, then they'll change from black to blue. Simple as that. Simple, straightforward. Not confusing. You don't need to wear a wizard hat or have a magic wand to do this. Believe me. Not sure I like the way this is working now. Now that we've got a little time in the deal, I'm going to clear the resets, which usually straightens this thing back out completely, but better, I guess. Now, these price levels are pushed from IRT, remember, so they come from every 30 seconds here. See how the IB low is up here and now it's down here? And you see the same thing. There we are, and there we are. And in a few seconds, this will change. Okay, what we haven't done now is got our official team member, Blue Boy, on the job. But we're gonna, by golly. There we go. That's good enough. Good enough. So here we are. Open. Oh, that doesn't look good there, does it? Remove this drawing. Let's Blue Boys, must be. He got home late last night, I guess. He'd been out partying. There we are. It's a little better. This is just a visual marker of the opening print so that I can glance left and see if it's in view. We're opened higher in range. That's been corrected. We've taken out yesterday's POC. My workflow for that stuff is that I just change the text of whichever level's been revisited to black, and then take them off into the day or weekend or whatever. Here's a high volume node. Yeah. There we go. Now, I'll review these statistics. Obviously, there's a lot of them, and I didn't put them all there because I was pretty suspicious of the open type change. I'll review these through the course of the morning and correct any discrepancies in the number. And the only reason I do that is for prosperity, posterity of the stream, right? Let's just see what we have over here. So where is it here? POC, 80.8, that's pretty okay. Value area high is 71. So you see the value area high here was 71. That's quite a big difference, eh? Oh, come on, Alice. And what I'm doing here is looking at this. So here's the value area high, 71.0. Value area high over here was somewhere. Anyway, there we go. Try to get those statistic values to be accurate as I can, just for the recording. Previous close, I think, was, 74.2. Let's see what that was. 69.8, pretty close. Again, these are just the probability of, or the percentage of time that these values were revisited, looking back over 1,650, whatever it is, days, data set, simple. Where we opened higher in range, lower in range, whatever. Okay. So we're pretty much lined out now. We've got IB high where it belongs, low where it belongs. Thank you very much. Haven't tagged out the overnight mid yet. And probably not too long for this world. All right. Let's see what kind of trouble we're going to get into now today. I don't know who's here, but good morning. I don't see anybody in the chat there or logging on, but I see concurrent views, so I'm not sure what goes on with YouTube sometimes. Good morning, whoever you are. Thanks for dropping by. Smack a thumbs up and a like and a subscribe and drop something in the chat. Who are you? Where are you? Whatever. Just pipe up. It's a lonely world out there. Trading is a solitary business, and that bothers a lot of people. I think that's the compulsion a lot of people have for Discord chats, where they just continually interacting. I guess. I personally have no problem with that, and I have no problem standing here all day sticking to my rules. You know, if I don't get a signal or one of my vetted setups doesn't show up, I don't take a trade. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Thank goodness. I don't know whether it's a function of experience or age or senility or whatever it is, but you know, it's happening, so I'm happy. Let it happen, Captain. Let's see. Well, here we go. Continuing that auction from yesterday. Apparently, they are just so excited. It's really amazing to me to see the fact that the geopolitical drama and all the turmoil and things don't seem to have any effect. Surprising to me. I guess it reflects the non-caring, inconsiderate kind of, if it doesn't happen to me, I don't care about anybody else mentality that seems to be becoming more prevalent here. Didn't used to be that way. Seems like that's kind of the case now. I guess it's the new world, you know, what can I say? But you need to get your head around those kinds of things in terms of what you anticipate to happen in trading, or at least I think so. So good morning. Good morning, Vietnam. It's 8:43 Central Standard Time. It's something, I don't know. Well, go from record highs to temps to plummet. I don't know. This place is funny. I never lived down here before. It kind of goes from one weather extreme or crisis kind of to the other. I don't know. Weird. Interesting for sure. Life is not boring down here. And up we go, apparently. They, I guess, are looking for new all-time highs again, which, as you can see right here on Bookmap, is right there. 29th of October. Don't ask me why. What do we have on the docket for the week? Well, here we are. Tomorrow we've got initial jobless and gearing up for the all-important granddaddy of them all, non-farm payroll. Other than that, it's a pretty light Friday, to be honest about it. Michigan is out. That's a market mover, and for some reason it's always just 2 stars. I don't know why. How about next week? Zippity doodah on Monday with 10-year note auction. Oh, CPIs. Now these are such significant numbers, as is the non-farm payroll, that the CME and most brokers, AMP for sure, will increase the margin requirements from the open at 1700 on, in this case, Monday night, when the Tuesday ETH session opens, until after the report comes out, sometime, some number of minutes or whatever. Yeah, Philly Fed next week. This is all next week, so don't get all excited. Here we are today. We've got these out in 12 minutes, top of the hour. And then the crude's 9:30. Just looking and cooking. Yeah, they're just can't get enough of that up, baby. Can't get enough up. I am kind of flabbergasted by it all, but one thing is for damn sure, nobody asks or probably cares what I think about it. I think you stop and think of the millions of participants in this market, all expressing their opinion. We get VPOC migrations up here, so that's a biggie for some folks. I used to pay attention to, I forgot to do the damn open. There we go. I used to track the VPOC migrations with this flag right here. Boom. So they looked like this. But after a while, I got to thinking, or realizing actually, and the reason for that was I would have 5 minutes down here. Well, pretty soon you can't see where the yellow brick road has come from or gone to, right? That's when Blue Boy joined the team, because I realized for me, it was much more important to have a good understanding of the session context. And that's the theory behind where value is moving with the POC. But just this flag didn't do it. With Blue Boy on the job, I have unquestioned perspective on where the POC's, what the POC's doing. I guess if I were to go back to the flags, the thing that I didn't think of at the time, just months ago, years ago, was to number them as they happened. Because when you just have these all over the place in this column, you don't know what happened first. My idea here is that I want to have all the data that I feel important to trade here on the hard right edge. I don't want to be scrolling in and out and up and down and all that stuff. Okay, so 10 minutes. Ten minutes. So, here we are. Remember those potential risk, political risk, I guess you could call it, events there at, I think it's noon and 1300 or something, isn't it? Let's look at those quickly while we're waiting for these shenanigans. Yeah, we've got 10 o'clock and 13:30. There you go. I don't know that I guess maybe, but it doesn't, I don't remember, no instance out, stands out to me where the press secretary stuff, the press conference, has been a particularly, I can't think, I don't want to say that in case it's not the truth. I just can't think of any instance where that's been a big market mover. Of course, anytime, Trump gets near a mic, that can be huge. So I'm trying to think if I can remember anything where Ms. Levitt has had a big impact as far as the market goes. I don't remember that. I don't remember. If you do, drop something in the chat. But anyway, that's, if you're not sure, there's only one thing to do in trading. Remember, your mission as a trader is to protect your account. So if you can't think of a risk event that had a significant impact, you better err on the side of caution, in my opinion. And of course, it's my opinion. But remember, this is my virtual journal, and the only way I get what I'm thinking into my journal here is the voiceover. So most of the time I'm talking to myself. And I want to stress that absolutely there is no intention, implied or otherwise, on my part that this is the only way to go, my way or the highway, any of that stuff. This is what I'm doing now. And I would really appreciate any suggestions of a better idea, or, man, that's the stupidest thing I ever saw, kind of from any members here, anybody that's coming through the stream. And I appreciate you coming through the stream. Smack a like and a subscribe, and that would be a huge help. As far as being, you can't even, the chapter markers, YouTube won't put the chapter markers along the bottom of the stream recording until there's 1,000 subscribers. Well, got 775 or something. So that's why I'm real diligent about putting them into the description, so they're available. I mean, the stream is 7 hours every day. Well, I'm certainly not going to listen to all 7 hours every time I want to see what happened at a trade. So those are important. I don't know how to get, this is a stream, and I don't know how to make it more exciting or whatever, so that 1,000 people show up and subscribe, and then things can change. But it is what it is at this point. So there you go. It's my virtual journal. It's not my way or the highway. And these are just, I try to express my thoughts as openly and transparently as possible. And I would really appreciate any kind of feedback or comments or thoughts. That would be great. That's for sure. That is for sure. Trading is a solitary sport. So we got about a little more than 3 minutes here for the reports that we're standing by for. ISM, services and factory orders, and jolts, which is definitely has the potential of market movement. ISM, PMI, and jolts. Services and manufacturing for PMI. Top of the hour, 3 minutes. Well, ten seconds. Book's thinning out. Look at that book narrowing down there to teens and sub-teens. Yes. And there we go. Not much reaction. Not much reaction. Well, there we go. How did anybody expect the numbers to be good? I haven't seen the numbers, but, you know, when inflation's up, unemployment's up, people are being laid off. I don't understand this whole concept of all-time highs, you know, but it seems like the economy's not particularly great for everybody. Maybe for a few, I guess. I don't know. It's not surprising at all for me to see that there would be some sort of a pullback, and maybe not the best of numbers. Let's see what they were. Well, there you go. What's Joel's? Oh, factory orders. Yeah, not earth shaking, but anyway, we'll see where they go with them. Excuse me. Flat, a little bit up, down, way down. And this is a lead into non-farm for Friday. Not much going on over here now. Here we are today. Yesterday. Previously. You know, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down and goes down to go up and goes up to go down and goes down to go up. And what? I don't know. There's the all-time high, 70.701175 is right along there. Right there. That's the all-time high on the ES and the MES. Now we got the overnight mids. And we took pushing the low down a little bit, the IB low. Remember that the statistics are not a thing yet because it's not 9:30. So there's that. We're in this low volume, heading into this low volume node from yesterday. Interesting to see what happened there. What this was all about, who knows? I find it real strange. Said that enough times now to be tired of saying it. So welcome to the stream. And this is my virtual journal. The idea here is that all the data on my screens are captured in the stream, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking at the moment. That's how I get it into the recording, so I can review it. And pretty interesting to go back and review these streams, and think, what was I thinking about there? Exactly. Or, yeah, that's good read or whatever else. It's interesting. I'm thinking these gaps are all gone bush myself. I'll take these off. My workflow, as I said, is to change the text for expired or revisited non-active levels to black, and then usually in the session switchover or something, I take them off, or on the weekends I try to. I'm not sure there are any more gaps floating around here anymore. Morning, Richard. Or good afternoon, I'm sorry. Okay. Now what are we doing? So the vetted trades, which I'm using or doing or applying now, are the based on the initial balance statistic, which is, as you hopefully know, and I said in the pre-market, that the initial balance low and high, which are simply are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So that says it all. They continue to move up and down until 9:30 Central Standard Time, at which time they don't move anymore. And at which time the initial balance statistic becomes active. That is a biggie. It is the most probable level or statistic always in all four open types, forever. And currently we're in higher end range, so it is 75.5% of the days, looking back over 1,652 days in the subset, the initial balance high or low is revisited by price at some point in the RTH session between 9:30 and 1,600. 97.8 in higher, 98.6 lower in range, 97.9 lower out of range, all four open types. So that is the initial balance statistic, and it's, 1,650 days worth. That is the initial rule, or the first rule or criteria in my very simple, very basic IB trading system, which I have vetted. Vetted meaning I have captured a statistically significant data set of that specific setup and those specific rules over a large data set. In other words, statistically significant, putting it outside the possibility of random distribution. I typically go back 500 days. Random distribution is, we're all familiar with, flipping a coin, right? Everybody knows a coin flip is 50-50. But if you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's surprised that you get more heads than tails or vice versa. That's random distribution. Flip it 1,000 times, you're going to be pretty close to 50-50. So there you have it. Now, one of the handy parts, or I find positives of trading only vetted trades, vetted setups, that you, first of all, I have the confidence of knowing that I have a statistical edge, really, not just something I made up or hoping or wishing or guessing. And nothing, and second of all, nothing's a surprise. I'm not, I don't have to be a gunslinger, or I'm not coming at the market like I'm whipping and spurring over here. I know that I wait until 9:30. At 9:30, I wait to see if this one or the other of this IB statistics are taken out or achieved. If so, then I start looking for the second rule to happen, which is the pullback or the continuation zone. And then third would be the trigger, and Bob's your uncle. Here you go. You're in a trade, and off you go. If they don't happen, oops, and you stand here all day, and that's that. It's not exciting, adrenaline-filled, great stream TV, It's trading as a business, I believe. And remember, my journal, just throwing out there what I'm thinking. Really would really appreciate feedback. Well, let's see what happens in the entertainment department here. We've got crude out at 9:30, by the way, in case you're a CL trader. Something going on here now. I'm going to take a look at something here. Stand by. Bear with me. Let's see what's going on with Arc. Ooh, sorry. Arc Crate. I keep hearing the fans spool up. I want to see what the deal is here. This is Arc Crate that manages my dashboard, or my motherboard, and all the ends and coolers and whatever else. CPU pack is 81. That is, yeah. I'm going to switch my CPU and stuff out. I've got a new AIO and updated the CMOS or the BIOS successfully now. So the problem I've got with the the AIO is it doesn't fit in the damn case. I use a Cooler Master HAF EX. That's like a test rack. But unfortunately, it doesn't accommodate 420 millimeter radiators. I got to figure out what I'm going to do. Everything I'm trying to do here is to switch out this, maximize the CPU and everything, but not, a complete rebuild with a new motherboard and all that crap. So we'll see what happens. They keep pushing that IB lower, don't they? We got through that low volume area that I was looking at right over here. Boom, right? Barely, just barely. Tagged them all out. Almost every statistic so far. Got the overnight low and the previous IB high here looking at us, and then we'll see what happens after that. I have no idea. In preparation for this IB statistic, I'm getting ready for the trading setup here. This is my back testing and forward testing and whatever other kind of testing lab I've got going on here. These are the trading rules which I have developed for the initial balance trades and with which I backtest. Now, I can also forward test by applying these rules to the live data, which I've done here. Over here is, you'll see that the system is down here. And it will plot, if it takes a trade, it will plot it here on the chart. So just quickly, the setup for my initial balance trade, as I said earlier, is real simple. 3 rules. Initial balance statistic. Continuation zone, trigger, or pullback zone, trigger. Bob's your uncle. You're in a trade. 3 rules. 3, whatever you want to call them. I call them rules because that's what they're referred to in IRT, and I just got used to that terminology. Notice that these zones are not showing up over here. That's because it's not 9:30 yet. When it's 9:30, these trading zones and rules will show up here, and they will also push across the book map so that I can keep track of everything on one plan in one space. Right now, what I do here is, because this is still a work in progress, these trades that will happen today, if one happens today, will be contained within the IRT simulator right here. Nothing is going to the trading list. In other words, this system is not being pushed to my live AMP account. What I do to get around that and to live test, or not get around it, but just that's a measure of safety for as far as I'm concerned. What I do then is, once a trade is signaled and all of the 3 rules are satisfied on the IRT trading tab or backtest tab, I manually take the trade here in Bookmap. yesterday, for example, a short was triggered. I don't know if you're familiar with Bookmap, but and the market profile, I mean the multi-brackets, but it looks like this. Wow. Hate that. Do that every time, sorry. There you go. Here's Blue Boy. There's the time. There's the date. There's the snap. There's everything else you want to know. Actually, this is the one I wanted right here. There's the date, snap, everything down to the millisecond for entry and exits, complete outcome of the trade. And this is the way Bookmap graphically displays a trade. Entry, T1, T2, stop. In this case, T1 was achieved, and then price came back and hit the stop for a scratch. You know, transparent and accountable, best I can get it. So here we are. Now we will wait for 9:30, which is another 8 minutes or 7.5 minutes, and just monitor what's going on over here. I'm perfectly happy to share if you trade IRT. First of all, if you use IRT, or I share these session prices, no problem. As I said in the pre-market, I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening and continuously until 1600 on Friday. Let me know. Drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up. No problem. Free as a bird. I also am happy to share the, chart definition for any of the IRT stuff I use. That would be handy for anybody. Let me know. And, yeah. So we're going to be crossing the Great Divide here for the initial balance statistic in another 6 minutes, I'm sorry. Until then, let's just keep an eye on Bookmap. Where's old Blue Boy go? Come on, devil you. Not very much of a... Remember that these are 1 point. What's our total range so far is 98. 78? It's 20 handles. $20 handles. Oh, mamacita. Thank you. Oh, that gal is great, I tell you. I don't know how I ever got lucky like bumping into her, but boy, oh boy. Thank you, God. I love it when she does that. Remember, boys, when God created man, she was only kidding. Pretty funny t-shirt I've seen more than once. Not getting a lot of traction below this low volume area. Not that that matters, but just tagging on the previous RTH IB high. Right there. I think I mentioned it in the pre-market, but it's worth repeating. Remember, any of my IRT charting here, all you have to do is look at the chart header and you can see the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, session, all that stuff. In case there's a question. And of course, bookmap is pretty obvious also. Couple of minutes now and it's IB 30. I'll be able to tell when it's 9:30 because of those levels will pop over here. Outside of some random unforetold development here, the only news report scheduled, typical normal report that's due is out in less than a minute. That's the crude inventory. Well, here we go. It's IB 30 time. Notice the levels popped across. Now it's time for my world famous speech about my recommendation, and this is heartfelt, is do not trade toward the statistic in anticipation of it. That has a real dismal success rate in my previous data. And I know how easy it is. Oh, we're below the VPOC, the VWAP, the this and the that and something else. And here's the IB low just down here. And boy, we're going to get down there and get it. We might. We might also not go down there and get it. And if you just look right here, if you were thinking that anywhere along here, you're dangerously close to stopping out right there. So once again, I recommend stand by. It's not a statistic until it is. See what I mean? If you were poking your nose there thinking you were going to get an IB low, oops. Well, that smells like a random news event right there. A big one, too, as a matter of fact. What the hell was that?
The IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Pretty crazy days we have. I don't know which are rolling in and out faster, the sanctions or the tariffs. You know, it's just, wow. I can't even keep up anymore. I just try to keep my nose down and my ass up and trade what I see, literally. I wish I'd have been born rich instead of so damn good looking. And I wouldn't be having to worry about this at all. This is a pretty big deal right here. Needless to say, there's been no initial balance taken. Oh, or am I crazy? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm crazy. Right there. I didn't even notice. I was busy looking at the news. So the initial balance statistic was taken right here. And that's pretty funny. We do have that IBA signal. So let's get over here and do some looking here. There are the this is, what am I doing here? Come on. Let me get this wider so we can see it. There's the A signal, of course. And then this is the hell is this? I'm not sure what this big apoptosis is doing over here. But that doesn't look very good, does it? So there's the A signal. We didn't get a B. And we're cruising up here. We have a on both sides. That's correct. So standing by here to see if we catch a B out of this, and it's going the wrong way. We need to be back down here around the IB low. The IB high will be a whole new set of levels. That's funny. I'm busy looking at ground news and missed that completely. I was actually glancing at Bookmap while I was talking, and I missed this little penetration right there. So the statistic has been officially taken. This was on that news, and I was busy trying to figure out what that news was about. It was the China story. There you are. Need to stay on the market, in the groove. And here we are. Let's see what else happens. Ooh, I'm gonna do that. I'd reload the data here, but I don't want to really disrupt the signals that we're doing here. I'm not sure what to do about that, to be honest with you. I have no explanation for why there's this big gap. That obviously didn't happen in the real world. in the market. That's pretty obviously didn't happen right here. So I'm assuming that the system had got its knickers in a knot at some point. Not sure. I'll just leave it alone, see what happens. It's a moot point now anyway. It doesn't matter. These bars mean nothing to the signals or to the system. And we have the volume profile, and so there you go. That's my decision, is to leave it as was at this point. I'm just dying to refresh that data. Funny, huh? Obsessive compulsive behavior is a wonderful thing. Well, and as I point out every day, the IB statistic is a statistic. It's not 100%. You know, what was it, 7.4% probability today, meaning that 2.6% probability we will get neither IB high or low. Now, the statistic here has been taken technically for IRT purposes or most everybody because of this. All right. That doesn't mean that it satisfies why is that way? This looks strange to me on the, and this should not be the case on the on the A signal. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. As the rule is written, this is not really an A because the close should be below the initial balance. There should be two bars, descending bars in a row. The signal bar and the previous bar. Yeah, this is so annoying. I feel like I'm chasing my tail here with minutia, you know, and I don't know what to do about it. I mean, I'm getting tired of it. Just noticed that. So for the purposes of the initial balance statistic and IRT, we have taken the initial balance low, and I can prove that to you. Right there, blue. See that? Highlighted. There you go. I'm going to download the data here because this is really annoying. See what that does. There we go. And that erased that A, which is okay. And here as well. So that does make more sense. That you see the reason that I'm saying that. And it's just minutia, but hey, it's the rules. And the only way I can systematically, methodically change the rules is to do a back test, then change that specific rule, and then repeat the back test. And if there's an improvement in the expectancy or any of the other parameters, okay, that's a good idea. Otherwise, it's not. That's what I think. And the rules is for this to be an A signal for my system here. This is correct. This bar needed to close down here. Then it would have been a bona fide A, where the signal bar opens above, closes below the initial balance line level. And in this case, since it's the initial balance low, the preceding bar to the signal bar needs to open higher than it closes. Let's see what happens when we get up here at the top. Pretty balanced profile, huh? Wow. You would have to imagine an initial balance failure would be the suggested trade, because outside in, huh? It's just a mean reversion trade named by the initial balance. And given a completely balanced profile or session so far, the presumed correct trade, or preferred trade, would be a mean reversion, which is the IB failure. Boy, that's about as even as you're going to get. Look at that sucker, smack dab in the middle of the POCs. I don't like those. I don't know what kind of news it would take to get these traders to take a different approach. You know, we got war, we got China not gonna take H20 or whatever they are chips anymore, and you know, I don't know. I guess maybe the news that they're running out of drugs in the CME or something. I don't know, man. I don't know what is causing this kind of stuff. I have no idea. Seems like a counterintuitive to me. some more of that exciting price action. Little adrenaline burst here on the H20 news, and that's the end of it. Not even so much as a blurb on the reports. There's the blue boy. Here we are. There's the open. Where are we? Well, we're a couple points off the open.
Hey, Banner.
Oh, Richard. Yeah. I see now in the news where America has tracked down and boarded, I guess, a tanker in the North Atlantic. Now, I guess they could just now have impunity to go anywhere in the world and do what they want to do. I'm not sure how that works. That's a little weird. Seems like it's spooling up. I don't get it, really. It was a piece of crap old Russian tanker that was, had tried to get into Venezuela and turned around and went the other way. And apparently they chased it down, but they only boarded it in the North Sea, apparently, according to ground news. I don't know. It's the weirdest. Weird deal. Pretty weird deal. Wow, this is a lot of fun. Not a target-rich environment, shall we say. Make a couple of calls here, I guess. I'll be on mute. I'm nothing to do except watch, so I gotta call a accountant and stuff. That's for sure, Richard. I try to look at only things like ground news or something which has verifiable sources. So that's, I don't look at anything else. Ground news, incidentally, is one of the things I heard about it through Peter Boyle, actually. Well, I believe you do listen to also, or check into now and then. But yeah, it's crazy. So we got a top one now, and that does follow the criteria. So let's see what happens. That's good because that was really boring on the phone here. Well, they're approaching the continuation zone here, which would be right up here. And then it requires a trigger. And that would be a long signal. Not my most favorite thing to try to do today, but I have to do what I have to do, eh? This thing is just really unresponsive. Really irritating. So this is where I fall into a dilemma. If I get a long signal continuation trade by my commitment, I would take it, but I need to figure out this filter, this context filter, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a rotational day, which would mean I should be looking for an IB failure trade. Now, I don't know. What to think? And I'll, obviously point out that it's not a problem at this moment, but looks like it could be here pretty quick. It's so funny to me how these lines are so well respected by price. Over here in particularly. And these lines are just complete arbitrary, put there by me. No other reason. Unless I'm, some divine intervention picked these levels that I don't know are so important. I have no idea, but it's the weirdest thing. So let's see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. We've got a blue sky risk event potential, don't we? Oh, wow. Oh, no. Which one's Levitt? I thought this was Levitt over here. 10 o'clock? Yeah, she's in the middle of that. Rubio had a speech we didn't know about at 10:30. I didn't know about. Okay. Well, there's the B. So we have the B signal fired. And now if we get a trigger, Bob's your uncle. Let's do a quick checklist here. Both, 2 lots. Okay. Need to get down here to the trigger zone and see what happens. I will say I'm quite encouraged that the flags seem to be flagging properly. I guess that's something. Didn't get the signal though. Yet. The trigger, I should say. And I suppose this is based on something in the press conference, I guess. I don't know. Probably worth repeating that I have two stand-up desks here, and in front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The two lower monitors are my primary trading screens. And to my left is another vertical monitor for the OBS and stuff, and a little further around the corner from that's another computer with a big monitor for normal, office and stuff like that. These two primary screens are 32-inch 4Ks. So I'm watching both of these things at the same time is the point, rather than needing to do this. Didn't get the trigger. Golly. What a shame. Need that trigger right there. Somewhere in that zone. And those same levels are over here. They're looking at that all-time high, sure as the damn world. I guess to confirm how wonderful things are, I guess. I don't know. I gotta say, I really don't know. And as Richard pointed out in the stream, in the chat, these days it's really difficult to know what's the truth and what's not. It's just crazy. Especially with this AI crap going around. Pretty crazy. And a certain segment of people who don't seem to have any problem at all saying anything that they want to and putting it out there like it's the truth. And I'm talking about real people, not AI people. So It's really difficult. Richard's exactly right. It's difficult to know what's true anymore. And we're past 11 o'clock now, so we're into RTH 2. I don't like that either. This is an example of, keep my eye on price here, but this is an example of how the subtle differences in the rules can make such a difference. Here's the A. Now this would, if this had been a tick higher, this would have been the B, as we have here. Because the rule as written says that the B needs to, the high needs to be between the zone, or within the zone, let's put it that way, not equal to or in, right? Had that been the B, then this would be the trigger, then we'd be all happy. It's such a minute, and this is why I have to be really religious about not bending the rules and following the system. If I want to change the rule to say that it's equal to, or, inside or equal to this line or this level, then I need to change that rule, backtest it, and see if that's positive change or not. But certainly not changing anything now, no matter how frustrating it is that it wanders off without you. And that's one of the hard things to do when you're trying to, or for me, when I'm trying to stick to the system religiously almost, and not make any discretionary tweaks, shall we say. Here's that same price action, as opposed to here, and then never back down. And then one tick, boy, can make such a difference. And I would not even remotely hesitate that they're going to get the all-time high up here. And hopefully you're on it. Hopefully you're on it. Pretty darn disappointing. It approaches T2, right? Really irritating. Really irritating. Well, I don't. Now for this to qualify for a trigger, of course, it's got to get clear back down here. I just can't get over the fact how these lines appear to be so important for support and resistance, and knowing full well that they are just arbitrarily put there by me, having nothing to do with anything. My possibilities to get on this are slim and none here as far as accurately trading the system, the signals, as I'm supposed to be. The reason for this is to try to eliminate any discretion. I guess that should be obvious. And forward test in the live market. So, yeah, painful, but it is what it is. I'm going to take a close look with the during my study period about when I do these backtesting things, about these equal to or greater than, rather than just greater than or less than, for example. I don't think this is going to go anywhere to help me out, particularly. Be curious how frequently one tick can make such a difference. Also phenomenal to me how these lines that I have arbitrarily put on here for my pullback and continuation zone seem to be some magical something or another. Oh, incredible. And you can just hear them, well, okay, so, resistance becomes support, resistance becomes support. I mean, you can hear all the support and resistance guys going on about it, knowing full well that this is just a line out of no place. Come on, get down there and tag that. No, it's got too far to go. Have to drop 5 points. That's a pretty substantial amount to get down to the trigger zone. And you have to start asking yourself, has the tanker turned? I think they're going to continue to aim for that all-time high, which doesn't surprise me in the least. But that doesn't help either. Coming up on that period of time I don't like very much. And it's definitely encroaching on my boomer goes for a 3-mile walk period. I would be a little leery about this big low volume area right here, just below the IB. Excuse me. And we came ripping through that with very little trade involved. Not that I have anything to worry about that we're down there now, but you know what I mean. This is where I always have a question. What do I do here? Do I try to ping it exactly on the trigger? Do I wait for the IB, especially in a situation like this? I don't know. You don't know. Not that I have any, not that it'll even present a situation for me to make that decision, but you never know. So just a quick checklist. There we are. There we are. Excuse me. Look at all this liquid. Oh, that's 7,000. The century number, of course. That's a biggie. That's a big deal. It's not a very big deal to anybody else, but I'm pretty pleased that this flags are working right. You got no idea how many hours I've put into figuring that out. And I'd like to see us get down to a trigger. And see that trigger itself fire, and then me get in a short or a long, and then they go to the moon, Alice. I'd say 7,000's putting a big kibosh on it right here. Look at that! Look at that liquidity in there. 300 contracts, basically. These are all the places where you're, if you were trading this with discretion, you know, you could easily convince yourself that that was a place to go long, even though it's not part of the of your rules. The cusp over to 12 o'clock has always been a shaky ground for me. Well, there's a bunch of disappointed shorts right there picking the top. And a disappointed me standing right here because it's going the wrong way. Without me on it, in it, with it, something, however you do that. Obviously, I can go do whatever, and the system will plug along over here by itself. Take a trade if it's signal, then not if it isn't. But the fact that I want to reproduce that over here in live market means Uncle Boomer's got to be standing here looking at this damn thing for hours on end. I can't even go for my walk and monitor the stream on the phone because I'm not going to get into all that VPN stuff and everything like Rod and those guys. Pretty close though. They got down there to 7,000, and that century number said, I don't think we're going to come down here anymore. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we got sellers not getting any place, and stops being picked off for the bottom pair, or the top guy's trying to call the top. I suppose the retail crowd, I don't know. Are they going to get to them at 300 there? Maybe. Definitely some support. The other side of the coin is they just put a resting order at the IB. And if it gets hit, it gets hit. And if it gets stopped, it gets stopped. And if it gets to, targets, then that's what happens. That's the alternate side of the coin. And maybe that's the better one. I don't know. Like I said before, that big shelf right there at the IB low or the IB high right here. I don't like those. I don't like those at all. Typically, once they get reached, they go zooming through them. Typically. Like right now, for example. I don't have a trigger now. Why is that? See what happens if we get one here. All right. That is and now there's the trigger along. And it may or may not be worth a damn, but there we are. Well, there was anyway. Was a minute ago. There's that breach I don't like. The trigger was here a second ago. I've got to get that so it's firing properly because everybody else is working great. Had the long signal there. And it's not bitten. Let's see what happens to that 84 flag, 384 flag. Okay. Yeah, this is not good news here. There's that damn, the notch under the IB low. And, 8 minutes to noon, so that's not a good idea either. Excuse me. Oh, see what happens. It's on now. According to we've just got a new B signal for a southbound trade now because the system is not in the long. And now I'm confused, to put it pretty mildly. Oh, there we go. There's a long. No, it's a short. This is pretty crazy. That's actually a long signal trade with a short trigger being flagged. I gotta figure this out. If you see that now. If they can get over that IB low, they get up there and get a risk neutral scale, and then they're perfectly cordially invited to get a new high, all-time high as far as I'm concerned. I have no clue what might happen at this point, and it's the signal and it's on. What can I tell you? Things trading the opposite way to what I'm doing. If you're looking over here, that's no good. I'm half a mind to just flatten out and see what in the hell is going on exactly here. I don't know what to think about that. I'll have to review the rules specifically and see why that trigger for the long went away. And now we've got a trigger now on the short. In 5 minutes to 12. I hate that turn into the noon into the 12 o'clock period. I just don't have, it never seems to work out the direction I'm thinking. And of course, like everything, all it's got to do is take that risk neutral scale, and then I'm pretty happy about life in the fast lane. And once again, this is just all about the way the signals are written by the signal definitions. That's pretty sure. Anyway, it is what it is. We'll see what happens now. It is a random market, and the outcomes can be either direction. Like I said, I'm not crazy about 12 o'clock. They seem to always do some radical weirdness. Well, there's 1203. And funny enough, the signal that's been taken by the system is just happier than a pig in the mud. I give up. I give up. Another one of those ledges I don't like. Pretty toothy looking profile, actually. Not sure what to think about this. Other than I would have loved to have seen this get that risk neutral scale off and then be thinking about it, but you know, that's what happens. $12:02. No news inputs until 13:30, if I'm right, correct, if I remember right. I mean, planned, anyway. Well, there's no liquidity hanging out there anymore at 7. So that's interesting. These would be considered bar trades, breakout and reversals, I guess. Breakout and retests. That's what I think Rod and company call them. I often wonder what really prompts this kind of thing. I maybe just not smart enough to figure it out, but you know, I understand the random market theory and all those things, but how does it? You know, what? Something has got to precipitate this kind of action. Typically, they say it's the higher time frame that takes it out of the IB. They have, you know, want to reload, rebuild their inventory and then do something else. I mean, it's just, you know, you hear a million things, but I don't really know. I guess me and everybody else on the planet would like to know the motivation and what's really about that. What prompted price? Where is it? Okay, what prompted this bar and price to come through here for the IB? And now we're just below there, and just, are we just building out this low volume area? There's so many different ideas about that. You know, we're repairing the profile, and there's all kinds of market profilisms to explain that sort of behavior and whatnot. Now, I will say, you know, we have built out that these notches are getting covered up. If they get up and fill this thing in, will that make the profile more complete? And I guess it needs to be based on orders, and I would suppose. I don't know. The more I get into this and the more I think about it, the more confused I get, to be honest with you. Sometimes I think it's about the POC. So we've got 80 and 9100 POC. We got a long way to go to get the POC to migrate up there. That frequently has a bearing on the case, I think. Developing value area, that also can do it, but we're just hanging on that developing value area high. And just like it did over here, it could just take off and rip up. That's not out of the scope of possibility at all. And there's a stop. Go figure. I mean, I don't know. Beats me. Just down to this next lift here. And the system's still just merrily chugging along short over here, and it's risk neutral scale right there. So had I guess not jumped the gun and only taken the signal when this one fired, I'd be pretty happy with myself. Jesus. This is getting too confusing. I'm not sure whether I'm getting more or less confused here. Now I need to figure out why the long trigger didn't stick. Shorts did. And down we go. That's going to be real interesting to see how that works out. Pretty disgusting. All right, I'm going to get my walk in here if I can. I won't be having any signals occur anytime soon that I can foresee. got along still. Could be on the books. How that could happen, I don't really know. Actually, let me think about that. There's the short. That won't fire because that, oh yeah, there's the long. Oh. Yeah, this is confusing for me. I mean, the way I'm trying to sequence these flags is what controls the signal markers only. But they're the flags set when a trading rule is activated or achieved. I see now what the problem was. The sequence of bars canceled this trigger, which I took long, and then this one got the B signal right there and the trigger signal right there and went short and scaled right there, and down here we go. I guess that would be a classic case of me out thinking myself here. Get in a hurry, I suppose. One thing I really can't figure out how to make work right with IRT is the replay. I'll try it, again this weekend to see if these signals actually fire properly during the replay. Because quite clearly there's an A and a B. And of course there's an A for both sides. And then there's a, what we're looking for is a pullback to the trigger, which was right here. And this didn't qualify because it closed outside the trigger zone. I'll have to check the rules, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. All right, I'm going to get some fresh air. Okay, now what's going on? Let's see here. First things first, I guess. Well, it's Trump's on the microphone, so be very careful. And here we have, what do we have? Well, there's the open. And here we are. There's my long stop per the signals on the initial balance trade. And here are the system trades. There's the short and a second long. This is a full to both targets to 48 ticks and or 60 ticks, and this one so far has got T1, so it could scratch or go on to targets. Pretty damn weird, I'll tell you. Let's see what happens with the power hour now. I don't expect any trades for myself, but I guess I never know. Nice outside. Good day for a walk. Some fresh air. A couple, 3 miles. At least I accomplished something. Looks like they've decided they don't want that all-time high yet. Point out that it's right here. So let's see what we got going on here now for the world famous backtesting stuff. So the reason I'm doing this backtesting and working on these systems is because I believe that's the proper way to approach the trading futures market anyway, as a statistical business rather than a video game. And a business that has some business of statistics and probabilities. And that's not some epiphany I had, but that's the mutually agreed idea by the most successful traders in the world. You know, Jim Simmons and Tudor Jones, Thomas Osnoff, Mark Douglas, Tom the trader, the best loser wins guy, and everybody else. They've all realized that it's a business of probabilities and not discretion and chart patterns and stuff like that. So what I'm doing is I've developed identified a pattern that repeats frequently, worked out some rules to go around that, and you got to start somewhere, right? And then I've built a system that trades that and captures it as a backtest. And you do that over a large enough sample set that you have a statistically significant set of occurrences or data set of those occurrences. And from that, you can determine mathematically if you have an expectancy and a positive edge and all that stuff. And if you do, then you rely on the law of large numbers and take as many of those trades as you can whenever they present themselves. That's the whole theory about best loser wins. It's, most trading systems that are profitable, most people that are, average around just a little bit north, a little bit south of 50-50. So that means 50% of the time you're going to have stops, losses. You got to be okay with that. Because that's a part of doing business. That is a cost of doing business. And then, so where I am now is with this system. And this is the system that I've come up with for the initial balance trades. Here's an initial balance, and here's the system today. Here's the initial balance high. Let's get over here a little bit. Hold on. If I can. Come on. Okay. There's the initial balance stat. There's A. There's B. We didn't get the trigger. We got a B over here, which is now mysteriously gone somewhere. I don't know. And the trigger, and it's short. There's T1. There's the first target, profit target, and there's the second. So that's 60 ticks. This is automatic. This has got nothing to do with me. The system trades these rules. The computer evaluates these rules over every 1 minute bar and puts a trade on or not. Here it took the long, which is I'm going to have to make an adjustment to the system that the signals A and B, for example, the first and second rules, after the system is in this is something I've been talking about here in the stream. After I have taken a trade and the system has then gone flat. In this case, this is a short. It reset the short flags to 0. Well, but there was 2 flags that were already triggering the long. So the minute this got short and met just a couple of ticks criteria, it went long, kind of out of no place, right? That's in the middle of space. That's not correct. It should be at the trigger zone up here. So I'm going to set these to 0. So because it remembered A, B, and C. So A and B, sorry. So it's a constant system. I mean, I'm constantly evolving it now, and that's why I'm trading it in the simulated, within the simulated environment in IRT, because obviously I don't want these things going over here to my live AMP futures account. Now, in the case of this trade today, I jumped the gun on the A and the B and the trigger, and I jumped the gun and got long manually. I replicate these signals in these trades manually over here. So that's where that's at. Okay, let's get about the point of backtesting. This is what's happening in the forward testing kind of world that I'm in now. To backtest, there's 500 days. 500 trading days, the most recent 500 days. Think about that for a second. Think how long and perhaps how accurately or inaccurately you could manually watch every bar for 500 days and pick out the rules and, keep track of all that. It's impossible for me. I don't know about you. But so what happens here then is you can backtest. Now watch this. There you are. 495 days. 2nd of January of 2024 to January 7, 2026. This is the symbol. Took 8 seconds. 8 seconds for the computer to accurately evaluate every one of these rules over 218,861 bars. Without any discretion, exactly as the rules are planned. Make any tweak in the rules, that is what happens. It would have netted 15,500 something bucks, and it doesn't like to do this. IRT gets a little balled down here with evaluating the rules when the system is still going. Come on. All I'm trying to do is pull this wider. There's 371 winning trades. Average price is $66.87, and however many losers are over here. There we go. Here we go. 299 stops at an average of 31.19. Now, 370 and 290, say 300, that's 671 trades, right? There was 1,000 total trades. So that means the difference is our scratches. You see that? Okay. There were 9 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers in a row. And you can get it even more granular. Like this. There's each and every trade for the last 500 days. To the minute that those trades were entered, exit, what the exit rule was, what the result was, and what the running profit is of all of them, of all 1,000 trades. That's really a back test. And the way I determine whether I have an edge or not, or any of that, besides those reports, is I developed this little sheet right here. Now this, every one of these lines is a back test. There's 90 of them. 91. Here's one I did this morning to post somewhere. 495, 10,400 trades, or 1,043 trades, 369 winners, 67, 301 losers, 31, scratch 373, 33.26% win rate, loss rate, average expectancy, R multiple, R risk to reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners and losers, and profit. That's something that you can hang your hat on, or I believe so. And that, as I understand it, that's how to approach this. It has a positive expectancy, so I know that I can continue to trade this, and these are the outcomes that I should expect. And now trading one or two trades a day, this is going to take forever, right? That's kind of a problem with the choice I made about the initial balance trades, because they typically only happen once or twice in a day. So that's going to limit the amount of time you're going to be able to reap the reward of the law of large numbers. However, that's another good reason to do the back test this way, because sorry about that. This way, because this work is done over 495 days and 1,000 trades. I don't know what you missed there, what I missed, how I got that on the wrong screen, but I'm sorry. This is the, and here's the back test results. There's the, there's the system. Here are the back test results. And there are those reports that I was referring to. 1,041 trades, 371 winners, 299 losers, average winner, average loser, consecutive, and then the individual trades per minute, per entry, per whatever, with their all 1,040 of them right there. And, it goes on forever. So that's how I believe you should approach this. And that's the belief of, like I said, the most successful people in the world are in Renaissance technology and everybody else. So there you go. I'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour here. We've got look at this crazy day. We've basically done what you would expect on a day like this. It's been mean reversion. Outside in, outside in. I talked about it at the time. I didn't like the possibility of this trade because it was not in line with context, which is outside in, as far as I was concerned. And that is a filter that I've got to figure out how to employ here, because anything that I do like that, in my own, in this method that I'm following, it has to be computer driven. It has to be a rule that the system takes, not something that's up to my discretion. Obviously, once this has been forward tested and I'm happy with the way it is, I'll trade it manually over here. And I do have the flexibility of discretion in that if it's, for example, let's pretend that this went this way and we got T1 and it's still going up. Here's T2. Well, I would probably pull it up a couple of ticks to the all-time high, or maybe one tick above. That would be an authorized or a valid discretionary idea for me to do, because I'm moving my target to aligned with a pretty identifiable target, other system target, or price level, all-time high. Also, another thing that I can do in my rules is that as price were to trade up, I can bring my stop up to manage the trades as it goes. Never move the stop away from entry, never move T1. So that's where that's at. And there we go. Let's see what happens at the bottom of the hour there. Appreciate you dropping by. Smack a like and a subscribe. That'd be a huge help. Get 1,000 subscribers, then the chapter markers will be automatic. That'd be great. Oh, okay, now what? I better have another piece of my my gal's homemade sourdough bread here. That's pretty good. And we'll have I'll do the market or the daily recap at the bottom of the hour. Okay. The daily. Oh, look at him go. Daily recap. Well. 3 holes in the ground, eh? There is the entire session, such as it is. They teased him up and then showed him who's boss. It's pretty much just they're trading it, making retail soup, you know. It's a mean reversion rotational day with a pretty short, what do we got here? 7, 6, 30, 40 handle range. Another view of it. Here we are in the micro composite. These are micros, right? And the tab here for minis. Identical. This is my higher time frame chart, which is the RTH session only. Daily candlesticks, wherever they overlap, draw volume profile or continue to pull it. And that just keeps giving us a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes, etc., which push automatically to bookmap. And this is the market profile chart, and this is the micro NQ. What have we got for volume? I haven't even looked at that all day. No, not very much. Light still. And yeah, that's indicative, I guess. For news, we had some events this morning. About a toss-up, considering good, bad, or indifferent from the economy point of view. Tomorrow we will have initial jobless claims. And Friday is going to be the look out below. Friday is going to be non-farm payroll. Right there. Unemployment rate, and that's pretty much where we are for Friday. Not that that's not enough, but that's going to be we also have Michigan in here, which is can and usually is a market mover. This is investing.com, obviously, which is free. You can pay for it if you want to, and you can filter it for whatever reports you want to have. My other source that I look at now is Financial Juice. And I particularly like it for 2 reasons. It's got these non-economic release potential geopolitical risk things. It picks these up and gets them in here to the calendar, which you'll never see these in investing.com because it only reports typical traditional economic news and reports. But Financial Juice and the markets in general have recognized that these kind of things can have a definite impact on our auction. So I appreciate that very much. This side is more of a squawk box, and this is where we will have the market on close and balance orders at 1450. This is also free. You can filter it however you want. Same as investing.com, pretty much. And there we are. Closing this baby on the lows. What does that mean? Well, typically, that would mean if they close right here, right now, which they won't, we could generally that would indicate the auction will continue into the overnight. Exactly what happened yesterday at the ties, and that didn't happen. So we'll see. Frankly, don't know. I'm busy thinking about what to do with this trading system. I got to get this to come right and get it to come right quick. I can't be just spending all my time doing this. This is my business. This is what I rely on, for my work, my support, income. It's not a game or a hobby or anything. So I approach it a little different than a lot of people. All right, so we'll just stand by for the market on close at 1450. This live stream goes every day from 8 o'clock in the morning, and the pre-market, the setup, statistics, all of that, analysis of what the overnight was like, what I expect from the morning, and then in the interest of transparency and accountability, and it's live from 8 in the morning till 1500 every day, every trading day. And I push it to YouTube because that adds a layer of transparency and accountability. In addition, I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy. And there's the trade of the day for a stop, and that's just getting really boring, really irritating. Now here's an example of me busy not paying attention to my business. This IB continuation trade right down here is a beauty. And it's going to targets. And I'm not on it. So in reality here, I should have I should have 120 ticks. Positive. By just taking the trades the system traded. this trade was closed on the end of day. So it's just 33 ticks, 12 and 21. Because there's an end of day rule here, which closes anything out that whatever I have the end of day number set at, but in this case it's 230. So there's one scratch and two winners. Would not be 120 ticks, and it would have been 60 and 90. What did I say? 93. It would have been 93. Which beats the hell out of minus 24, which is the reality in the real money side of life over here. So that's just mega disappointing. By golly. I don't know how to get around that. Or what to do about that, actually. How to not... I don't know. I have to give it some thought during the homework tonight. That's for sure. Let's see what we're going to get for the market on close imbalance at 1450. And where are the damn market on closing? Oh, here we are. Market on closing balance. Sorry, I was busy typing it, Rod. You asked me a question. Market on closing balance. Are we there yet? No, we're over here. Okay. Buy side, all except Mag 7. This is 312 million, 322 million, 218 million. Minus, or sell side, 54 million on the Mag 7. Yesterday was, 1 point something or another billion short. I don't get these numbers. It's how it can fluctuate so dramatically from one day to the next is, I need to do some homework about them. That's for sure. Oh, 58. Okay. Well, we're going to be shutting down here in a couple hours, or a couple minutes. I'm sorry. So remember, you are the most important or critical piece of equipment in your trading office. You need to be sure that you are well hydrated, well rested, exercise, fit as you can be. We are in one of the most highly competitive environments and businesses. And there are a lot of really intelligent people with really, really deep pockets. Come to work every morning with the sole purpose of taking your money. That's trading. So you need to be on your A game plus a bunch. Rest your eyes, get some exercise, and hit her again in the morning. I'll be back at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, as usual. Have a great night. Do something fun for yourself, your family, whatever. And we're going to close her off here at the top of the hour. And there we have it. 39 seconds, 15 seconds, whatever. Thanks for coming by. Tell your friends, bring your sister, bring your in-laws, subscribe. Thumbs up and a like. Thank you very much, and have a great, great evening.